Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province, has a history which dates back over 3,000 years. It's known for the spicy food, the ancient traditional crafts, and of course, the giant pandas. And in the world of badminton, it's also known as this year's host city for the oldest and most prestigious men's and women's team competitions within the sport. Welcome to the Chengdu High-Tech Sports Centre Stadium for Day 3 at the TotalEnergies BWF Thomas and Uber Cup finals. 9 days of competition. The first 5 are a group round-robin format, with only the top 2 teams qualifying for the quarter-final knockout stage to be held on Thursday and Friday, before the semi-finals on Saturday and both finals on Sunday. 16 teams divided into 4 groups of 4. Every team has played at least one tie already. So these are the group standings in the Thomas Cup. No surprises so far. In Group A, both China and Korea have won both their ties without dropping a match. The teams in Group B have only played one tie so far. In Group C, Indonesia, the most successful team in the history of the Thomas Cup, currently top the group, and the defending champions India have both already secured their spot in the quarter-finals. As is also the case in Group D, as both Denmark and Malaysia have won both of their ties by the margin of 5-love. So as I was saying, today is day 3 of competition, and here on Court 1, this is the second session of the day. This morning, we had a Uber Cup match where the 2018 winners Japan beat Hong Kong China 5-love. This evening, we turn our attention to the Thomas Cup, the men's competition. It's a Group B encounter between the number 4 seeds, Japan and Germany. Well, Japan has won the Thomas Cup once previously. That was in Delhi 10 years ago. All 4 singles players in their squad have won a World Tour title, including the 2-time former world champion, Momota. And the doubles pairs are led by former world champions and former world number 1s, Hoki and Kobayashi. Germany have 3 times reached the quarter-final knockout stage. The last was 12 years ago. They lost 4-1 yesterday to Chinese Taipei, but all 3 singles players took their higher-ranked opponents to 3 games. Their only win yesterday came in the second men's doubles with the scratch pairing of Hess and Seidel. There you can see the full squad of the German players. Well, given the fact that Hess and Seidel won their solitary match yesterday, it makes it even more surprising that they're not playing as a pair today. When we look at the lineup, we start with the traditional order of play, and Naraoka, the World Championship silver medalist, is up against Schaefer. Then the first of the men's doubles, and Hoki and Kobayashi, as I was telling you, are former world champions and former world number 1s, up against the scratch pairing of Seidel and Voelker. And then in the second men's singles, Watanabe replaces Nishimoto. At second men's singles for Japan, he's up against Fabian Roth for Germany. The second men's doubles, Mitsuhashi and Okamura for Japan, up against another scratch pairing for Germany, Geiss and Neumann. And then the last of the 5 matches is Momota, the former world champion, in his last international event before retirement, is up against Matthias Kicklitz for Germany. So the first of our matches, Naraoka against Schaefer. I'm Jill Clark, delighted to say that former Danish head coach is sitting alongside me as the players get ready for the start of the coin toss, the first meeting between these 2 pairs. Steen, are you surprised by the scratch pairings in the men's doubles?
Yeah, a little bit now that they did so well yesterday. It would be expected that they continue on that.
Yes, to build on success.
Yeah.
I mean, why change a winning partnership? Seems odd. But they must have their reasons. Kai Schaefer in his 6th Thomas Cup campaign. Whereas for his opponents, Kodai Naraoka, he's in his 3rd consecutive Thomas Cup campaign. 22 years of age now, Kodai Naraoka. I was telling you he won the silver medal at last year's World Championships, lost out to Kunlu Puita-san in a final that lasted very nearly an hour and 50 minutes. Wasn't selected against the Czech Republic, as it was formerly known. Kai Schaefer is 30 years of age, from Darmstadt in the Upper Rhine Plain, and that equates to just under 5'9". Lives in Mulheim though now, which is one of the main training bases for the German players. He played against Cho Tien-chen, the former world #2, yesterday against Chinese Taipei, and as you can see, he went to 3 games, 21-12 in the deciding game, in a match lasting just 3 minutes shy of the hour mark. Has been as high as #2 on the world ranking, as you saw a moment ago, Kodai Naraoka. Whereas this man's highest ranking was 57. One precious week at the end of December 2022. Won his first World Tour title last year, did Naraoka, at the China Masters in Shenzhen. The last of the qualifying World Tour events for the World Tour finals. Holstein, very quickly, it was impressive yesterday. I thought the German men's singles players all going to 3 games against higher ranked players from Chinese Taipei.
Very, very impressive. They must be quite satisfied with their performance in that team tie.
So our court officials, this is Victor Wong, the service judge. We had a brief look at Liu Yun, I beg your pardon, from China in the umpire's chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Japan, represented by Kodai Naraoka. And on my left, Germany, represented by Kai Schaefer. Japan to serve, level, play.
So Japan, in the form of Kodai Naraoka, nearest to us, and getting this first match of this tie underway Group B encounter. Japanese coaching bench. Park Jubong, the head coach, and Yosuke Nakanishi. Oh, it looked to me as if he changed his mind then.
I think he did. Or trying to play a late deception, but then played it too late.
First outing, as I was saying, for Naraoka in this year's Thomas Cup. not selected against the Czech Republic.
3, love.
Czechia, as it's now called.
Czechia, yeah. And its compatriot Kenta Nishimoto was struggling a little bit against Jan Lauda from Czechia in that match.
Yeah, well wide, well left.
1-3.
Important, though, I think, as far as Japan were concerned, that Naraoka had an outing before what is likely to be the group decider against Chinese Taipei.
Yeah.
That match will be played on Wednesday.
Yeah, that looks like a very interesting encounter coming up there.
Yeah. But we can't get ahead of ourselves. Oh, nice defence from Schaefer. Yeah, German teammates like that, and so they should. Yeah, finds the back line. Well, I was able to see glimpses of matches earlier, watching on television, Steen, and I thought perhaps it didn't look quite so quick, the playing conditions today in the first session.
I was just thinking about it. We've had a little dip in temperature outside. Perhaps that has affected the flight of the shuttle. But one of the things the players have talked about here during the first 2 days is that there can be a lot of difference between one shuttle to the other. Whenever they change the shuttle, they're not really certain of the speed. That's, of course, a little bit worrying. If you're playing, you want to know what you're playing with, whether it's fast or a little bit slow.
Oh, that's a good smash. Yes, I should think that's extremely disconcerting.
Yeah.
Often very content, Naraoka, just to play a retrieving game, a running game, which, if the shuttles are fast and the playing conditions are fast, will be extremely difficult.
Much more difficult. See, a clear like that could easily have gone long yesterday. From a backhand clear from Kai Schaefer. Definitely feel here in our commentary position that it's a bit colder in the arena than it was the previous 2 days.
Oh, definitely. There was a huge rainstorm earlier today, and it really has cooled things down. I've got a couple of jumpers on today. That's a good return of the serve, isn't it?
Those are the two German coaches on the left-hand side with the red or orange shirt. The doubles coach, assistant doubles coach, Jonathan Sokart, and to the right, the singles coach, Xuan Wang. Sokart relatively new in the German team, whilst Xuan Wang has been there for many, many years.
He has, hasn't he?
Yeah. Have a little special setup in Germany with, as you mentioned, one of the training centers in Mulheim where the singles players are based and the doubles players based in Saarbrücken. Oh, that's way too short. He's playing way too short at the moment. Korai Naraoka. And I think Schaefer's gotten off to a better start than he could have hoped for. Yesterday when Germany played their first match, that was a very, very fast side.
Oh, I thought that might be going wide.
Yeah.
Missed it. There is a sideways drift from left to right as we look down on the court during the rallies. And all of us, our commentary position and wherever you're watching, we all look at the court from the same direction. It's unusual, isn't it, to see a men's singles player serve a forehand serve?
Yeah, it is. It is. And by the old service rules, I don't think that would be allowed. When the racket has to be distinctively pointing downwards.
Good rally. Brilliant.
What a good start by Kai Schaefer, making
Isn't
the
it?
most of the good performance from yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Building on it.
Here's a flicker.
And he goes to the mid-game interval on a run of 4 straight points and a 3-point advantage. But Germany, in the form of Kai Schaefer, playing extremely well. Well, I suspect that the Japanese coaches may have told their man, Naraoka, that he's got to be a little more proactive rather than just reacting to whatever the German is throwing at him.
Yeah, trying to raise the pace and take control of the rallies. I think. But then again, no panic, given that it's the first match in the arena for Naraoka.
Oh.
10, 11.
Well, trying to create some disguise by taking it a little bit later, looking as if he was going to lift with a fairly big swing of the racket.
Yeah.
But I think he just took it too late, didn't he?
Probably a little bit too late. We saw it in the early stages as well, but there was applause from Jonathan Sogard, and I actually agree with him. I like that he's trying to do. That's a good perception.
Yeah.
Because my perception of Kai Schaefer from this, that was one of the German players. I thought it was someone on holiday. But my perception of him is that he's been a really solid player, sort of what you see is what you get guy, and that's not meant in a bad way, but a little bit extra is needed if you want to play with the big boys. You got to have some specialities. You got to create your own luck.
11, 12. Clear. Get on ready quickly.
And when you try to develop that part of your game, there will be some mistakes. So it's nice to see the coach crediting for the effort.
Oh, brilliant.
13, 11.
He's got some nice angles on those attacking shots, hasn't he, Schaefer?
Yes.
Look at that.
Again.
Reaching up as high as he possibly could.
That's well played. Got good length on the cross lift. There was Momota. A little roll there of the Japanese team.
Oh,
Fantastic play.
yeah. The reason I'm chuckling, Steve, is because we've just had a glimpse after the last two rallies, first of the Japanese squad,
Yeah.
who are all very organised, looking very smart and all in a row, clapping in unison.
Yes.
And the Germans, not quite looking as disciplined.
No, they look more like the Jamaican bobsleigh team.
13, Hoki.
But they always have. They're always doing that, Germany. They're always having a party at the team events. And,
Yeah, it's great.
yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
It was just the contrast that.
yeah. The contrast is striking.
Yes. Yeah. Back level.
London. Thank you. Play.
Nice.
Reception.
My goodness. Quick movement from Schaefer. Missed
That's
it. Missed out on Olympic qualification this year as Schaefer competed in the 2020 Olympics, which of course didn't happen until 2021. So a disappointment for him this time around.
A lot of the battles in especially the singles disciplines is going on inside the nations, because they can only qualify one, maximum 2 players, so there's a lot of internal competitions.
Very much so. Instead. But I think that was one of the nice things when we were watching Canada the other day, Steen, because there'd been a lot of internal battle as to who could qualify for Canada in the men's doubles, and there they were sitting behind the court. The qualification process is over, they know who's qualified, and yet they were all getting together behind each other to support one another in this team competition. That was so good to see. Yeah, well left. Well, the umpire just warning Naraoka to get ready a little quicker. Good umpiring. He is renowned for taking his time in between points. Benefit of a neck cord there, this man.
And now is the time where I would, from a German perspective, because I see Schaefer as the underdog here, so I would like to see him continue his sort of creative play.
Yeah.
Not take 5%, 50%, that would be a lot, but 5% off of his game. He's got to play the same way that's gotten him here.
Interesting, after that previous rally, Steen, that the umpire asked Naraoka to come and speak to her, and she once again gave him a warning for delaying.
Yeah. Great work.
Wide. Yeah.
It would be easy for Schaefer to get impatient after Naraoka weathered the first storm in his left-hand side of the court. Did I say Momota? Naraoka. Naraoka's left-hand side of the court. But kept on the pressure.
Yes, the umpire saying don't test the shuttle. She felt that by just tapping the shuttle in the air, that was a form of testing it. I think technically she's right.
Yeah, and I think it's to get the feel. That's what the players have said, that the shuttles are a bit uneven in terms of the flight. So I want to get a feel on what kind of shuttle is it that I've got in my hand. It's clever by Naraoka.
Yeah.
The drive serve.
2-point advantage and 2 points away from the opening game. Earned himself 3 game point opportunities. Kodai Naraoka. Very nice indeed.
18-20.
4号场地由国杯，印度尼西亚队对阵乌干达队，女子单打，德维对阵588旗。
Court 4, Puerto Indonesia versus Uganda. Women's single.
Commerce on his second opportunity. Kodai Naraoka coming from behind at the mid-game interval, an 8-11 deficit at the mid-game interval to close out the opening game. 21-18. 21-18 in 23 minutes.
Das ist Fokus Kämpfen. Im Vorteil ist Teil der nach innen liegt schwierig. Jetzt wäre noch schwieriger jetzt. Gibt nicht so lange Barrix. Vielleicht nur einmal anstellen. Der ist schlechte Seite, der kann nicht so lange.
Court 1, 26. The shuttle. Second game. Level. Play.
So after a fairly slow start, Kodai Naraoka closing out that opening game. Will he make a more positive start to this second game?
1 love.
You can tell the Chinese coach has been in Germany for a long time.
Yeah,
Steen, he's more fluent in German than you are.
Yeah, and much more.
Oh, that was a good net shot.
That's a good rally for Naraoka here. The only thing I think I caught in the German coach, and was Kai Schaefer, who suggested that he should stay a bit more forward here, and I totally agree on that. I think that was one of the things he missed out on a little bit towards the end of the first game, but Naraoka also played well and opened up the court with the back court. But look at that control there. See, it's not long, but he can't attack Schaefer.
Oh, that's nice. So when you say stay forward a bit more, do you think he was meaning in his defensive position or when he's played back to the net?
Yeah, I think overall, when he's played the net, he has a tendency to move one step backwards to cover for the backcourt. And there's a lot of European players, and Schaefer plays a lot on the European tour. There's a lot of European players, whenever there's one net shot has been played, they're playing to the backcourt the next time. That's not the case at top level. There's a much better mix-up, and you've got to take those small opportunities that there is. Look at that technical skills from Naraoka, the way he just pushes it flat long. It's gone wide. But that's the way to do it when you play with the drift. He's not going for precision on the back line of Kai Schaefer, but he's taking time away from him anyway.
Oof, my goodness, that looked closer when we saw it again than it did when we watched it live. Yeah, good smash. You know, several times when we've watched Naraoka, I guess over the last 12 months or so, Steen, you know, he so likes to retrieve and just run. And we've watched him struggle a couple of times. And last year he had 6 first or second round losses, a couple of first round losses already this year, the French Open and the All England, the European leg of the tournaments that he played. Yeah. You know, and I can't help but wonder whether, in fact, he needs to rethink his strategy if he's to become the ultimate badminton player that he can become. Because I think he's got good speed. I think he's a very speedy athlete. Yeah. And therefore he should be able to play the attacking game if he wanted to.
I think to some extent, yes. And I think we've seen him attack. So I think it's about finding a
balance.
A balance, because I mean he doesn't have the attack of Lisija, let alone Victor Axelsen or those players, but he can attack. But he just have to choose the right situations to do it, and sometimes he's got to work his opponents for some time before his attack sort of is making the difference in a match. I think it's got a lot to do with playing conditions, and I think it's got a lot to do with the freshness of Naraoka. We saw it with the third men's singles today, Kento Momota as well. Even when he was at his best, he played some tournaments with a very defensive approach, and I think it was because he was simply so tired or so worn out that he couldn't really muster up the speed needed to attack.
Yeah, but I think Momota, like Chen Long, had the ability to work opponents and then would suddenly inject pace and counter-attack. Yeah. Whereas I don't see Naraoka. That's a wonderful net shot. I don't see him ever really.
He doesn't have the same shot quality in his sort of basic game. He doesn't make mistakes, but he doesn't sort of play it close to the line.
That.
No. You picked that one. He's not as precise, but he's super quick in his defense, and we've also seen that he's creative in his defensive shots. So there he's a bit sharper than most of his opponents from the defense. But it's I think it's refreshing because there's not that many other players that are playing the way he is, which is often seen as a little bit boring. But I think we should also appreciate the defensive qualities that he has.
Oh, of course.
But I mean, I totally agree. Also, for his own sake, one of the keys to do well consistently is to get past the earlier rounds a little bit easier than he has done. If you play too many 3-game matches, it wears you down.
Yeah. Now, you see, this is the thing that I don't understand.
Yeah.
You know, a big high clear, and again. That was a short clear from Schaefer.
Yeah.
And that was a golden opportunity to play an angled shot. He might not have the big hard smash of Axelsen or Lise Jaap, but he can still play winners. If
he has a good steep smash.
Exactly.
With a very quick release of his racket. And I think we also saw that he lost this this point here, that it's very difficult to play this style in as fast playing conditions as we have here. Even though they seem a little bit slower than yesterday, it's still fast playing conditions. In slow playing conditions, that's a shot that wears down the opponent. It's meant to wear down the opponent's morale. Saying, come on, give me your best shot. I'm going to retrieve it.
That's a good lift. There we are.
Yeah.
And so, in my mind, why does he not play those sort of shots more often in matches? This is a beauty from Naraoka. Look at that.
It's a good shot.
Anyway, you're the coach, Steve.
Yes.
I bow to your superior knowledge. Yeah, well taken. Missed it. I think he put a bit of reverse slice on that backhand, Naraoka. And I'm not sure he's worked out that there's a bit of a sideways drift yet.
No, it looked like it.
Play.
2号场地刘国杯，泰国队对阵马来西亚队，女子双打，熊卡潘、拉温达对阵吴佩琪、张梅欣。
Oh my goodness, that's a wild one.
China versus Malaysia. Women's double. Jungopan Kikitaralu. Clarita Prejongan versus Dou Pengki. Tan Mei Xin.
裁判员马士德，瑞士；发球裁判员安德烈亚，意大利。
Umpire Peter Mezdada from Switzerland. Service judge Enria Giambini from Italy.
It's going wide. Yep.
Seems like the sideways drift is a little bit more severe today than the previous 2 days.
Going over. 10 all.
Good shot.
Oh, completely mistimed the attempted kill. Guy Schaefer. That's disappointing from his point of view. Came off the frame of the racket, I think. So the 1 point advantage is with Kodai Naraoka, having already won the opening game.
結構前来るシーンとかサーブでこうちょっとリズム作ってサーブレシーブであれはさこうバックハンドで構えて結構多いからさボディのプッシュそういったってフォア側の右脇のもしね甘えても攻撃って言ってもちょっと手だけじゃないちょっと力をちょっとリを打って力をリを打ってフォア側が張り付けるハード寄ってハード
That was interesting. How did you interpret that from Park Jubong?
That he was a bit in the same line as you were, that we need a bit more attacking game here because you're playing with the drift. So you got to take your chances.
Yeah. I concur.
Court 3, Thomas Cup. Chinese Taipei versus China. Men's singles. Wang Jinwen versus Gary Gara.
裁判员贝恩，印度；发球裁判员赫尔曼，伊朗。
Umpire Fancy Devan from India. Service judge Herman Adamin Mehan from Iran.
We're back to the clearing from Naraoka.
And one of the things that Schaefer should be alert to is that when he starts that Naraoka, then there's often 2-3 shots for the opponent where you can sort of build your attack, play downward shots to the forehand side, move Naraoka to that spot again where he often plays a backhand and is not really threatening you, so you can select when you want to attack.
11-13.
My goodness. What a net exchange. Take a look at this. Well, that's what you call perfection on a net shot from Naraoka. Very good reactions. Not quite of the level of Akane Yamaguchi yesterday. Did you see that?
I didn't see it.
It was sensational. I think it made play of the day.
15-12.
Goodness, a little bit of trickery. Well, the crowd right behind this man.
Yeah. Wow, that was even out of the doubles line.
Schaefer. Play.
Oh, it's landed in.
Super control.
Yeah.
Sliced it a little bit. Did Naraoka. That's it.
Yeah.
Was perhaps a reasonably big opportunity, but it's those situations that he needs to pick up on, Kai Schaefer. And even if the opportunities are a bit smaller than that, Oh, you missed it.
Missed it. Crowd absolutely loving the commitment of Kai Schaefer. How many times has he dived in this match? Giving it his all. I love to see it. He's not happy with the court attendant. Thinks the court is still a little bit slippery.
17-14.
Now you see that rally there, Steen, just typifies to me the mindset that I suspect, obviously I don't know, that Naraoka has, because I saw that as a half chance. And I think his mindset is that he doesn't want to lose rallies, so he'll play it safe.
Yeah.
Whereas it's different mindset when you try and win a rally. And I think if he had the mindset of trying to win, he would have had full commitment to go for that kill. Nice. He did that with a broken string.
That's why I stayed in.
That's a beauty. Yeah, nice job. Good disguise.
Gotta be careful with that shot, Naraoka.
Oh, good net shot. Just long of the back line, and Koda Naraoka now on the verge of getting Japan off to a winning start in this Group B tie against Germany. first opportunity is converted. 21-18, 21-16. The victory for Japan, and Kodai Naraoka against Kai Schaefer for Germany. A match lasting 51 minutes.
Won by Japan, 21-18, 21-16.
Well, all credit to Kai Schaefer. I thought he did awfully well in that match, Steve.
Yeah, I totally agree. Something he can build on.
And considering he had such a tough match yesterday against Cho Ting Chen, 57 minutes. I thought he put up a valiant fight, Kai Schaefer. But Kodai Naraoka, a victory in 2 straight games, 21-18, 21-16. in a match lasting 51 minutes. So up next is the first of the men's doubles. The former world champions and former world number ones, Hoki and Kobayashi, up against Seidel and Voelker. Lake's Eco City in the Tianfu New District of Chengdu. It's a whole sort of area and based on environmentally sustainable design. Doesn't it look lovely? Well, as far as our tie is concerned, this Group B encounter between Japan and Germany. Next up is the first men's doubles, and Takuro Hoki and Yugo Kobayashi for Japan up against Marvin Seidel and Jan Voelker. So the players waiting in the wings, and it all looks very relaxed, doesn't it? Certainly the Germans look very relaxed. They have played together before, in fact a total of 5 matches previously. They've all been in team competitions, but this, as Steen and I were talking a little earlier on, is a big surprise as far as the selection of the German pair is concerned. Because they're up against the former world number ones, the former world champions, in fact the 2-time world championship finalists, Takuro Hoki and Yugo Kobayashi. Well, both the German players, tall athletes. One 6'2.5" and the other one 6'3". Well, this, like every encounter in this tie, is the first meeting between the players or pairs. So the Germans have chosen ends, having won the toss of the coin. Without question, Marvin Seidel is the more experienced of the two German players. As far as the Japanese pair is concerned, Yugo Kobayashi is the left-hander. Both players 28 years of age. Oh, that was that was a very interesting pose, young man. From Miyagi Prefecture on the east coast of Honshu. Currently number 6 on the world rankings, but as I was telling you, have been world number 1s 14 consecutive weeks from the end of September in 2022. They won their gold medal at the World Championships in Voelker in December 2021. And Takuro Hoki is from Yamaguchi, and he's just a 5'4" in height. They've been awfully consistent so far this year. 5 tournaments, at least a quarter-final in all of them, including 4 semi-finals. They were rested in the first of the group matches, so like the first singles player we've just watched, Naraoka, it is their first outing here in Chengdu. This is young Colin Voelker. He's 26 years of age, from the port city of Hamburg, the second largest city in Germany, third largest port in Europe. He's been studying marketing online since 2001. Marvin Seidel is a former European champion with Mark Lamsfors, with whom he's much better known on the World Tour.
Ready to play?
He's studied economics, comes from a sporting family. Now, they weren't selected as a pair, but Marvin Seidel, as Steve and I were discussing earlier, won Germany's only match in their tie against Chinese Taipei when he was teamed up with Daniel Hess. They beat Li Zhehui and Yang Po Xuan in 2 straight games. So Park Ju-bong for the doubles is joined by Tan Kim-he on the Japanese coaching bench. And Jonathan Sogard, the German doubles coach.
You ready? Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Germany, represented by Marvin Seidel and Jan Colin Voelker. And on my left, Japan, represented by Takuro Hoki and Yugo Kobayashi. Japan to serve, Takuro Hoki to Jan Colin Voelker. Level play.
So the umpire, Roberto Stomi Oscariano of Indonesia, calls for play to get underway. And now, just for the record, it wasn't only Marvin Seidel that played yesterday against Chinese Taipei. Jan Voelker also played, but he played with his normal partner, Bjarne Geiss. And they lost to the Olympic champions, Li Yang Wan Chilin, in 2 games. So both the German players, Steen, have had an outing, whereas the Japanese players, this is their first match in this year's campaign.
Service over.
Yeah, and I've been trying to come up with different kinds of theories as to why they've come up with 2 new combinations in the men's doubles, and there might be some, there obviously is some good reasons for it, but it's not like they're trying to find new combinations. I've checked the tournaments to come in the future here, and it's the regular combinations that are playing. Could also be something in terms of who was going to play first men's doubles, who's going to play second. Kenneth Neumann, relatively young. If he was going to play first men's doubles, that might be a little bit too much and so on. But I think it comes down to who is sort of comfortable playing with who in terms of the different roles that you want them to take in the doubles combination.
Yeah. Just wide. Well, this morning I bumped into Marvin Seidel at breakfast, and I was saying how impressed I was with his partnership with Daniel Hess and how well they'd played. And he was remarkably generous about how his partner had played.
Yeah.
And I just thought how lovely that was, that, you know, he's the more experienced player, but he wanted to heap praise on his younger partner. And I just thought that was delightful.
Yeah.
Service over. 4-5.
It was Daniel Hess we had in the picture there.
Service over. 6-4.
Seidel has played them, a Japanese pair, once with Mark Alfors. So it's not like they've played a ton of times, but only once.
Yes, of course, Mark Lamsford's unable to be here because of a ongoing knee injury, and certainly we both wish him well and hope he's fit and well for the Olympic Games in Paris.
And I think that's what the priority is now. I can see that they're not entered into any of the World Tour events coming up here in Asia in late May, early June. There's still a possibility of playing a couple of tournaments before the Olympics in the American Australian swing.
Oh, good reactions from Seidel.
Service over. 6-7.
Yeah.
Service over. 8-6.
Can't afford to hit anything a little loose at the front of the courts. That is definitely a little too loose from Voelker. Oh, strings have gone. And Kobayashi's racket still managed to play the winner.
6.
Oh, it's landed in. Misjudgment from Takuro Hoki.
10.
Flick serve is long of the service line, though, from Marvin Seidel. And it means that the Japanese pair have a 4-point advantage here in the opening game of the first men's doubles.
The second and third shot, when you have Kobayashi at the front, play this to the back to Hoki when he has a little of a broad court, and then we can both come forward. Yeah. And then we did this one time where you just pushed the Kobayashi on the purple, and we just came forward, both of us, and it's just an instant point. Let's get a little more of these reps in until they find an answer. Yeah. Okay? Yeah? Anything? Yeah, that's fine. Good play, good, you're moving good, okay? Yeah, come on, let's go.
Seven. Play.
So 11-7 Japan lead in this first men's doubles in the opening game. Did you manage to hear any of the coaching, which was in English?
It was in English, yeah.
8, 11.
As I understood it, they were going to try and push a little bit on the second and third shot towards the backcourt player and then come forward like that.
9, 11.
The first sentence was about pushing on Hoki, and that must be when he's at the back court, because when he's at the front court, he's really, really good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Good play. Excellent.
Yeah.
And I think a lot rides on for Japan's chances of winning the Thomas Cup for the second time. I think a lot is going to ride on the play of this first men's doubles here with Kobayashi and Hoki. And the first part of it, that's going right. The first part of it is the playing conditions, and I think that suits them well. That it's drifty conditions, so difficult for the opponents to establish a solid defense against them. And then trying to activate Hoki on the front court, and if Kobayashi can sort of play close to his best, where he's also a threat on the front court, then that would boost Japan's chances, the way I see it.
Yeah, that's, I already mentioned it earlier, didn't I, about playing it a little loose towards the front of the court. Another block that's simply too loose and invited the attacking play from the Japanese player.
There's very, very few players that are better than Hoki at the front court, or can challenge him at the front court. Just from the top of the head, maybe top 3, 4 in the world in that area. In trouble from the second shot there, playing it into Hoki. I don't think that's a viable way for Seidel and Voelker.
Oh, that was actually a double hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Nice. That's just a wonderful drop by Kobayashi. 6 straight points.
Excellent service situation by the Japanese here. going to do, the Germans. Towards the backhand of Kobayashi, I would. They tried to, but
it wasn't
Hoki
enough.
was there. No,
Yeah.
and it seems like his serves are really, really good. It's a little bit difficult to see from our position because we lack a little bit of the three-dimensional feel.
Good rally. Well, the run of points comes to an end at 7. Well, that really has, that little spell, put a different complexion on this opening game, hasn't it?
It's totally decided it. Again, Hoki winning the battle at the net.
First challenge of this men's doubles. In fact, I think it's the first challenge of the tie. I don't remember one in the men's singles, do you?
No.
No.
Not on the top of my head. Good challenge.
Very good challenge.
12-19. Play.
Oh,
Everybody's challenging.
everybody's challenging. Well, the call was that it was just long of the double service line. So the challenge. Oh, now our graphics said the challenge was from the Japanese pair, but I believe it's from the Germans.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Yeah, it was
One
by the
challenge
Germans.
remaining.
So it's game point opportunities.
20, game point 12. Play.
It was awfully confusing. They were all challenging.
Service over. 13-20.
Oh, he doesn't miss many of those.
No.
14-20.
Rare error from Hoki.
I'll put it down as a Hoki mistake rather than the Germans winning the net battle.
Yeah. That's gone wide, and this time on their third game point opportunity, Hoki and Kobayashi take the opening game for Japan. 21-14 in 14 minutes. And had it not been for that run of 7 straight points, I just wonder what the outcome would have been.
Board 1, 20 seconds. Board 1, 20 seconds.
Yeah. Come on, boys. Let's go.
Second game. Level. Play.
So Japan 1 game to the goods in the form of Hoki and Kobayashi. What can the Germans do in response to that?
Hold. 1 love.
Great service return. They played 2 great service returns, the Germans, but this time they followed it up. That one.
Yeah. Good awareness by Seidel. I said right at the start that Marvin Seidel came from an athletic family. Did you know that his father was captain of the Austrian under-23 national basketball team?
No. I didn't know that, but that explains his height.
His height, absolutely.
Service over. 2-0.
And that's going to be the goal for Voelker and Seidel here in the second game, try to get on the attack. The challenge is how to maneuver it in the service situation. Good tumble serve.
Service over.
Also a great return by
3, 2.
Kobayashi.
Oh. And that's the problem with the scratch pairing, isn't it? No understanding of who's going for that kill.
But the next one comes to the left shoulder. Yeah. He's not in position, Voelker, but he feels that he has to try and go for it.
Yeah, well taken.
There's so much riding on the service returns when Hoki is serving. Here we saw Voelker with the forehand return, and it's just too easy readable.
It's going wide.
Service over. 3, 5.
Seidel normally also with the tumble serve. Can you get that to work?
That was a lovely flick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's... Oh, I thought that was going to come back in. That's well judged by Voelker.
4, 5.
It was much closer than they would have liked, the Germans, I think. That's the way to do it.
That's a fabulous smash from Seidel.
5-0.
Take a look at this angle. Wonderful.
A bit lucky. Voelker
6,
gave a little bit too much pace. The smash. Was it Hoki who missed the defense, or was it Kobayashi? I lost track of it.
Oh, well, he tried the tumble serve there, Seidel, didn't he?
6-0.
Gosh, look how Hoki stepped in there.
7, 6.
putting a lot of pressure on young Colin Voelker. Was he?
Play.
It's dangerous if you are not alert there. You could lose an eye. That's super important that he gets to that Voelker. That means he probably can overcover the low serve from Kobayashi on the next one. Second.
Oh dear.
Second service error from the Germans. Was it more than 2?
I think it's 3 in total, but
Yeah.
I think it's 2 in 2 consecutive serves, wasn't it?
Exactly.
The tumble serve error from Seidel, and then that one from Voelker.
Nine, 7. Service over. 8, 9.
Oh, service fault called too high, called on Seidel.
10, 8.
Oh, that was a nice idea. Wrong execution. 11-8, the advantage to Japan and Hoki and Kobayashi here at the mid-game interval of the second game, having already won the first. Well, the scoreline is close enough, Steen, that there's got to be serious belief with the Germans that they could come back and make a bit of an upset.
Yeah, but
they can't afford errors like that.
If you're a Japanese fan, you're also quite satisfied with the scoreline because you feel that they've got the game totally under control.
They're finding the gaps well. Japanese pair. Look at that.
That's a super lift from Hoki. Yeah, he talked about in the interval in the first game, Jonathan Sogard. Pushing and then coming forward. Excellent.
Yeah. Well, that's just exemplifying the point that you were making. How many players in men's doubles in world badminton are that much better than this man at the front of the court? Not many. Yeah, it's a very similar pattern, isn't it, to the opening game with a run of points. It seemed close at the mid-game interval. And now, Japanese pair with a 6-point advantage. Nice.
16-9.
7 of the last 8 points to the Japanese pair.
Yeah, it was 9-8.
Yep. Brilliant.
And he's just one step ahead of his opponents in the thought process, Takuro Hoki, or perhaps in the reflex process, because I don't think you really have time to think. You just gotta practice it so many times that you instinctively know what to do.
Service over. 10-17.
A lot of it can be difficult to see on the screen, but it's small things like the quickness of the grip changes in the service situation from the returner. How many options do you have, or is it actually predictable where you're going to return? If I'm going to serve at a certain spot, then I know that the return is going to hit this area here. Then I'm a little bit ahead of you in the thought process.
Yeah. Well, it's been a good couple of rallies by the Germans, and especially by Voelker.
Indonesia versus Uganda. Women's double.
Service over. 18-12.
Versus
Momota, who will be playing the 5th and final match of this tie at third men's singles.
Umpire, Okamura from China.
Service over.
From China.
13-18.
Normally, if Japan expected a really tight team tie, he would probably not be in the arena yet.
Yeah.
Momota, because that could be 3-4 hours until he's due to play.
Service over.
Mind you, that said, when Japan did win the Thomas Cup in Delhi in 2014, who was the biggest cheerleader throughout the whole competition was Momota.
Was it?
Yeah, he was at the front bench the whole time. Of course, he was high up.
Second men's singles.
He was second men's singles.
Match point 13.
But here we are, match point opportunities. Yeah, well saved.
Service over.
I don't know if it's fair comment to say that the Germans in both games have fizzled a little bit after the mid-game interval, or whether it's purely been the brilliance of the Japanese pair upping their games.
Yeah. I think they've given some confidence to the team.
21-14, 21-14, symmetry in the scoreline, and the victory to Japan and Takuro Hoki and Yugo Kobayashi. 30 minutes in duration, the entirety of the match.
Well, they're in a fantastic mood.
They are, aren't they? So they take leave of the court, and it means that Japan are 2-love up in this Group B tie against Germany. Of course, in the group stage, we complete all 5 matches, whereas in the quarter-final stage onwards, once a tie is won, any remaining matches are not contested. So their confirmation of the scoreline, 21-14, 21-14 in 30 minutes. So up next will be the second men's singles. Koki Watanabe for Japan up against Fabian Roth for Germany. Ho Shrine and the famous Tang tablets, known as the Tablet of the Three Wonders. Incredible. 3.7 meters tall, that engraved tablet. So our next match is the second men's singles, Koki Watanabe for Japan up against Fabian Roth for Germany. Prowling in the background, the German. Hugely talented individual. 2013 European Junior Champion. And then he's been beset with injuries throughout his career. Hip injury, out for about a year, then he had a knee injury. But when he's playing well, he is a threat to anyone. So Koki Watanabe against Fabian Roth. Like all the matches in today's tie, it will be a first meeting between these two players.
Yeah, just to follow up on your take on Fabian Roth, then apart from Thomas Junior Popov's victory over Victor Axelsen in the Europeans earlier this month, he was the last non-Dane European to beat Victor Axelsen back in 2017 before he was hit by injury.
Wow.
Fabian Roth in the qualifier for the Sudirman Cup.
Well, Koki Watanabe replacing Kenta Nishimoto at number 2 for the Japanese team. In the men's singles, Nishimoto had a hard 3-game match yesterday. They've obviously wanted to rest him. Mind you, so did Watanabe. Watanabe, I think, has chosen ends. Because Watanabe, I do beg your pardon, he didn't go to 3 games, did he? It was Roth that went to 3 games, had a tough match yesterday against the left-hander Lin Chun-yi. In fact, he was a game and 19-16 up. And lost it 22-20 the second game, and the decider to 18. Over the hour mark for his match yesterday, so it's not much recovery time. So, of course, Japan and Germany will not play their final group ties until Wednesday. This is Koki Watanabe. 25 years of age, from Koshigaya, about 30 kilometers from downtown Tokyo. About 5'6" and 3 places down from his career high on the world ranking. He had 1 week last month at 19 on the world ranking, and he had a pretty comfortable win yesterday, as you can see, against Yuri Kral. Fabian Roth from Karlsruhe in southwest Germany is 28 years of age now, and he's another tall athlete, 6'3", and has been as high as 34 on the world rankings, 3 weeks in total across 2 different spells. And this is his 4th Thomas Cup campaign. There's that match I was talking about just a moment ago. What a thriller it was. I think the fans here inside this wonderful stadium really thought they were about to witness a major upset when he was playing against Lin Chun-yi. Wasn't to be. Victor Wong is our umpire from this one. He's from Hong Kong, China. And Liu Yun from China is the service judge. Do you remember who Fabian Roth beat in the final of the European Junior Championships back in 2013 in Ankara in Turkey?
He beat Mark Caljo.
He did indeed. Were you there at that event?
No, I wasn't, but both of them have played in the club that I coached back in.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right,
insider
Germany,
information.
represented by Fabian Roth. And
They had a
on
bit
my
of
left,
rivalry going
Japan,
in
represented by
their
Hoki
junior days.
Watanabe. German to serve. Level. Play.
So Germany near side of the courts in the form of Fabian Roth
Service over.
up against
One,
Koki Watanabe. Caused a bit of a sensation last year, did this man from Japan. Got promoted from the qualifying in Basel at the Swiss Open, a Super 300 event on the HSBC BWF World Tour. That's gone just long of the back line. And he ended up winning the tournament, beating Cho Tian Chen of Chinese Taipei in the final, having beaten Li Chuk-yu in the quarter-final. And in the semi-final, beat the number 2 seed, Li Xia. Now, that's not a bad set of results when you've been promoted from the qualifying.
I seem to recall an All England first round where he really challenged Victor Axelsen. I don't think he didn't win it, but he was mighty close as far as I recall. And I guess also from...
That was 3 years ago.
3 years ago, yeah.
Yep.
I guess this is a little bit more the style that you would like to see Koray Naraoka take on.
It is.
Yeah.
Service over. 2-0.
Come from a badminton family. It wasn't his brother Oliver, doubles player?
No, they're not related.
They're not related?
No, I thought so
Okay.
too. Used to play with...
Michael Fuchs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
3-2.
Well, 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 I always thought they were brothers.
Yeah, me too.
Service over. 3-0.
But it's an incredible comeback he staged, Fabian Roth, because he was out for well, almost 3 years between 17 and when badminton came back following the pandemic.
Oh, that's a nice drop shot.
Service over.
He's a clever player, Fabian Roth. Good tactical skills. Nice steep attack, but lacking a little bit in terms of pace. We talked about it the previous 2 days. Could also be the case here. Of course, when you're out for 3 years, it's not only you have to catch up on what you've missed for those 3 years, but all the other players, your peers, they've gone on. They've gotten even better than they were at the beginning.
Exactly.
And then trying to catch up, you tend to to want to push it a little bit, then you get small nagging injuries, and you get afraid that it's maybe the old injury that's surfacing again, and so on. So it's really admirable what he's done, in my opinion.
Yeah, here, I agree. Just wide of the mark. That's the sideways drift coming into play.
Thank you.
Not only won the Swiss Open last year, but this man also reached the final of the Korean Masters, where he lost out to his teammate Kenta Momota. It's nice that Momota has won a World Tour event before his imminent retirement, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I wonder if that was possibly a deciding factor, that he proved to himself that it got back to a certain level, if not his absolute best. Well, we all know that after his terrible car accident, he never really got back to his brilliant best.
No, unfortunately not.
Service over. 8-6. Over. 7-8.
Two good attacks
8-0
from Koki Watanabe there, from his forehand side down the German backhand side.
Oh, that's going wide. Yeah. Well, he played a winner anyway.
He managed to get it back in on court.
8.
So into the lead on a run of 3 straight points. Watanabe. Guessed correctly. Couldn't get the second one, so.
10-8.
Oh, that's delightful. And in fact, on a run of 5 straight points, Koki Watanabe goes into the mid-game interval. with a 3-point advantage. Well, I think the first thing that Fabian Roth needs to do is to stop this run of points.
Play.
5 straight points before the mid-game interval to Koki Watanabe. Yeah, and he does stop the run immediately.
And again, I don't know if you noticed, but just like we discussed in the first men's single, after playing one good shot from the front court, sort of moving a little bit too far back to my taste, covering the back, but it's actually on the front court things are happening.
Yeah, it's landed in. Good control.
Court 3, Thomas Cup, Chinese Taipei versus Czechia. Men's double, league channel player, Yang Hongxuan versus Andrzej Trau, Adam Mendes.
裁判员斯蒂芬妮，法国，发球裁判员凯文。
I like the idea
Yeah.
from Roth playing it
Service switch, Kevin Van,
much better
United
pace.
States of America.
The lift. I think it's dangerous when you play the near side here to feel too comfortable in the lifts and say, can lift high, yeah, but you're also giving away the initiative to your opponent.
Yeah, that's just that slight bit of drift, isn't it?
Yeah.
10.
I said earlier on today that I felt that it was a little bit more significant than the previous 2 days. I would like to change that because I actually feel it sort of is more significant in the right side of the court. It takes a lot of shuttles out, but it doesn't sort of help it stay in on the left-hand side that
As
much.
we're looking down.
Yeah, as we're looking down.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, Steen, earlier today when the rainstorm was happening, and indeed for a little while afterwards, the windows of my hotel room were rattling. There was so much wind.
Yeah.
Now, if it's calmed down a bit and there's not such a big wind outside, there might not be such a drift inside, because all you need is one door open somewhere in the arena here, and that causes a bit of a drift.
It's over. 14-12.
Good neck shot.
Service over. 13-14.
Can't have been long by much.
Service over. 15-13.
Nice defence.
Service over. 14.
Well, I think
15.
Watanabe was about to challenge, and he looked to his coaching bench. Ooh, that was mighty close. And got advice from his coaching bench not to challenge. Now, that's not supposed to happen.
You can't do anything about it when he's not challenging.
No, of course.
Service over. 16-14.
Oh,
17-14.
trying to impart a little bit of disguise on that return of serve. And before you say it, Steen, I'm pretty certain you would have liked to have seen that as a backhand return of serve.
I would.
Oh, lucky net cord.
Service over. 15-17.
Beautiful. Inside edge of the line, I suspect.
16-17.
Just 1 point in it.
Yeah, and important that Fabian Roth finds a way to score his own points.
That was too loose, that net shot from Roth.
18-16.
That's gone wide.
Japan challenges 4-0.
Ooh. Now, I find that a bit of an odd challenge, don't you, Steen? I saw that as...
but I agree with you. I think it's wide as well, but he hasn't used any of his challenges so far, has he?
No,
so
hasn't.
Still got one
And
in the back.
And besides which, we were shocking for the first 2 days on the line calls and the challenges, weren't we? So if we think it was out, it must have been in.
Yeah.
Going by our form book.
It was in.
What a good challenge. Right, that's it, Steen. We're fired.
Yeah.
19-16. Play.
Good first game by Watanabe. It's going to be challenging for Fabian Roth in the second game where he's playing with the drift. He's relying a lot on accuracy in his game, and it's difficult in this arena here in Chengdu.
My left.
Service over. 17-20.
4号场地维国杯，印度尼西亚队对阵乌干达队，女子双打，玛雅萨利、阿兰西亚对阵
Oh dear, that's a pity. Service error from Fabian Roth
21-17.
gives the opening game to Koki Watanabe. 21-17, the scoreline in favour of Japan. Opening game lasting 18 minutes.
フォアでポーンと落ちてくるし注意して。あとはさ、後期のフォア側ね、フォアスマッシュもフォアプッシュも脇結構カバーできないじゃん。相手これでしぐうまくないから、こういうのうまくない。ボディで攻撃いってもいいや、ボディで。ただ、強くしすぎると、プッシュ強くしすぎるとバックアウトのケース結構多いじゃん。
なんかわざと長めに出されてる気がする。プッシュ系か。
ちょっと行ってスマッシュのイメージ。全然行くは大丈夫。ただ行っても手長いからカウンター来る前提回転の前提結構詰まってますから。手は長いけどボディは強くないから。
どんどん手がめっちゃ深くまで下来るからどこ来るか最後まで分かんない。
ためると。しっかりジャンプしてさ、ボディにドーンって打ってもいいしさ、無理やりでも後ろから打たないと。
Hold 1, 20 seconds. Hold 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Love ball. Play.
So Japan and Koki Watanabe, one game to the goods in this second men's singles. That's gone wide. I know you said, Steen, towards the end of that opening game that it was going to be very difficult for Fabian Roth, given the fact he's now in the second game got to play with the drift. So what would you advise tactically?
Yeah, he's got to try and go more for the initiative, go more for the attack. He's going to have to cover the front court the way I see it. And that opens up for Watanabe putting pressure on the back court of Fabian Roth, but he just have to sort of shoulder that and work really, really hard in terms of footwork. Because otherwise he's leaving the initiative to Watanabe, and it will be very, very difficult for him to control the drift then. So small deception on the service return here. That's good. He stayed at the front court.
2-1.
And yeah, he's got to play a little bit more attacking style than he did in the first game. The question mark is whether the pace and the footwork will let him do it.
Oh, challenge here from the German. Yeah, it's not only whether the footwork, as you say, will allow him to play a more attacking game. It's not really his natural style, is it?
No, it's not.
So he's got to play something that's rather alien to him. Oof, long bar whisker.
Successful. One challenge remaining.
And that's always a challenge. But I think that's what I was sort of alluding to in the first men's singles when we were talking.
Naraoka.
Yes, because he's got one style of play, and I think you need more than one style to be a top badminton player.
Yeah, I totally agree. In the fact that you need more than one style. I think he felt reasonably safe.
Yes, yeah.
And one of the things that Fabian Roth and others could take away from that match was the small, quick pushes, not to the back line, but to the first of the tram lines from Naraoka in that first match there. Not with height, but with pace and speed, and trying to steal time from your opponent that way. So it's basically men's singles is about stealing time from your opponent. That probably would have gone long.
Oh, that's a lovely drop.
Oh,
brilliant! What a rally! Yeah. Coach Nakanishi looks rather nervous, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Versus Chan Wen-zhen, Tan Jing-yi.
裁判员安德烈亚，意大利；发球裁判员马士德，瑞士。
Umpire Andrian Giappini from Italy. Service judge Peter Mesdal.
5, 3.
And also, one of the things that the coaches are using these early group stage matches to is sort of to assert their team compared to the playing conditions and so on. And if I were Yusuke Nakanishi and also Park Jubong, the Japanese team management, I would be a little bit concerned in terms of Nishimoto, because these conditions are definitely not his preferred playing conditions. So this could easily, I mean, if Momota plays well, this could easily be the preferred Japanese lineup in the singles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well done.
Super. Yeah, it doesn't all have to be hard. That's a wonderful angle. And just to sort of emphasize your point about Nishimoto, not his playing conditions, also the fact he's played 8 tournaments so far this year and he's lost in the first or second round of all of them.
Yeah.
So his form coming into this is not his best.
It's questionable.
Yeah.
But I also think it's meant a lot to him, the Olympic qualification. He missed out on his home games in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Kanta Sunyama qualified instead of him. So I think even though that he's been fairly certain, I think there's still been this nervousness and could it all go down the drain in the last minute. Good attack.
Service over. 5, 6. Five, 6. Service over. 7, 5.
Oh, that's well judged. Oh, but there's a challenge here from Watanabe. No, it was clearly out.
Challenge unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining.
So they've both got one challenge remaining now in this second game.
7. Play. Seven all.
Oh, that was a good net shot. And a super lift as well from Roth. Oh! Lovely disguised drop.
Service over. 8-7.
Well, fourth Thomas Cup campaign for the German. So twice, back in 2018 and again 2 years ago, he was part of the team but didn't actually get to play. Wasn't selected. Still struggling, I suspect, with his comeback.
It's definitely an obvious possibility in 2018 that when you get an injury the first time, then you don't expect an injury to last 3 years, so you try to come back earlier, and that might prove to be the wrong choice.
There's the problems in the lifting that you were talking about.
And it wasn't a bad lift, it was just a little too much power in it.
Well taken.
Service over. 8-10.
Wow, lovely. Well, it's the exact same scoreline, a 3-point advantage to Watanabe at the mid-game interval here in the second, as we had in the opening game.
Ein bisschen weniger Gas, dann alles ist perfekt. Ja. Wirklich. Weitermachen. Und dann weiter Fokus in der Abwehrsituation und nicht fern. Wir kommen immer auf Körper. Wir kommen immer auf den Körper. Das muss klar sein. Und jetzt Rückhandseite, gerne dich drehen.
So I'm going to put your German to the test now, Steen.
There's two problems. The first problem is if I can hear at all what they're saying, and the second problem is that I don't understand enough of what they're saying. There was something about turning, whether it was Roth who was going to turn Watanabe or Roth who needed to be alert that Watanabe was trying to turn him. I couldn't make out. There was the turn from Watanabe.
Good rally.
Yeah.
Nice.
Great play. Those last two rallies, the one before the interval and now this one here, is sort of exemplified how it is to play with the drift. You have to work like crazy because you're basically playing full court against the front court of your opponent, and then once in a while you can attempt a lift from your own front court. Definitely not a clear, or preferably not a clear, because they're very, very difficult to control. I think perhaps Wood could do it once in a while. That's a great shot. So you have to have a much higher work rate than your opponent, and you've got to do it for an entire game, and that's why we see so many players sort of say, hey, I'm going to save some energy, so I'm fully loaded for the third game where I only have to play half a game on this very tricky side to play. Now, if you're successful then on the opposite side here, that's with the drift, then it becomes a battle of the net, because Watanabe's only choice would be to get on the attack to prevent Fabian Roth to attack.
Service over. 12-10.
I have to say, it's been wonderful to watch how the underdogs in all three ties that we've called so far, England, Canada, and the Germans are the underdogs in this.
Exactly, they're playing their hearts out.
They're playing their hearts out. The diving that's going on, the refusal to let the shuttle fall their side of the court. It's just wonderful, wonderful commitment.
And the good thing is that even though there's been underdogs, they've been underdogs, but with an overlap. So there is some percentages of chance that they're actually going to pull it off. It's gone long.
Ooh, stayed in.
Good control.
Yeah.
13-10.
That's the difference in the ends, isn't it? Hitting against the drift, that one stays in.
Ooh. 14-10.
Nice return. Very nice.
It's over. 11-14.
Oh, that's a fantastic deception.
Service over. 15-11.
Coach Nakanishi didn't even break a smile there.
No.
Surely he enjoyed that one. Oh,
wow.
Brilliant. Great reactions.
12-15.
I don't know if we'll see it, but have a look at Watanabe's face after this. Whoa! Even he can't believe it.
Okay. Over.
Still keeping a
16,
safe distance
12.
to his opponent, Watanabe. 3-4 points.
Time is running out for Fabian Roth. Oh, my goodness. And the net kill got the net cord.
19-12.
Two points from victory.
Service over. 13-19.
Long of the back line, and with that error come
20,
match point
match
opportunities
point 13.
for Koki, Watanabe and Japan. Yeah, good follow-up after a delightful drop shot from Watanabe. 21-17, 21-13 in 41 minutes.
Match won by Japan. 21-17, 21-13.
Well, we had some lovely rallies in that, and some glimpses of why Fabian Roth has beaten in the past Victor Axelsen, amongst some other very good results. Because last year in the Canadian Open, he beat the man that we're going to see in the last match of the day, Momota. But confirmation of that scoreline, Koki Watanabe beats Fabian Roth of Germany, 21-17, 21-13 in just under 41 minutes. So next up is the second men's doubles. Mitsuhashi and Okamura from Japan up against Geiss and Neumann for Germany. Welcome back to Chengdu, a city of 21 million people. Fourth largest city in China. Well, it's just gone 7:30 in the evening here at the Chengdu High-Tech Sports Centre Stadium. It is a magnificent venue. A 3-love, Japan lead Germany. And as I was telling you a little earlier, in the group stage, which is where we're at the moment, all 5 matches are contested, and not the case when we get to the knockout stage. Mitsuhashi and Okamura of Japan up against the scratch pairing of Geiss and Neumann. Well, the scratch pairing as far as Germany is concerned, and a relatively new pairing as far as the Japanese pair are concerned. Kenya Mitsuhashi and Hiroki Okamura.
It's not so often that we see Japanese changes in combinations. That's interesting.
Yes, Okamura used to play with Onodera. In fact, they won the Sydney International Series back in 2018. 3 finals in total together. Mind you, this new Japanese partnership, they've already won 3 titles together. From 3 finals, that's not a bad start to the partnership, is it? Only been playing together for a fraction over a year.
Yeah. Started early, 2023.
At the Swiss Open, to be precise, in March.
Japan versus Germany. Men's double. Kenya Mitsuhashi. Hiroki Okamura versus Watanabe Geiss. Kenneth Neumann.
裁判员以达尔英格兰，花球裁判员汤姆印度尼西亚。
So what an occasion for Kenneth Neumann, just 19 years of age. Usually plays with Jonas Janssen. Is Janssen here?
No, he's not here.
He's injured at the moment.
I think so.
First meeting, understandably, as it's a scratch pairing from Germany.
Whether it's your choice. Side, serve, receive.
So very quick to say that they want ends and choose the far end of the courts, the Germans. So, Hiroki Okamura. Years of age. 177, that's just about 5'10". And I was telling you, they've won 3 titles all last year, obviously, because they only formed their partnership last year. The Vietnam Super 100 event, the Indonesian International Challenger in Surabaya, and also the Indonesian Masters 100 event in Surabaya. Kenya Mitsuhashi is 26 years of age from Gunma. And he's the shorter of the two, about 5'7". won their match yesterday against Czechia. And this is Biana Geiss. (5'10". Normally plays with the man we saw in the first men's doubles, Voelker. And here the youngster. Oh, what a lovely smile he's got. Kenneth Neumann, just 19 years of age. Tall man, over 6 foot. And as a pair, they weren't selected, but Geiss played yesterday with his normal partner, Voelker. And they lost to Li Yang and Wang Qilin, the Olympic champions, 21-13, 21-19. That's not a bad scoreline.
No, not
against the Olympic champions. David Evans from England is our umpire for this one. And Robertus Tommy Oscariano from Indonesia, the service judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Japan, represented by Kenya Mitsuhashi and Hoki Okamura. And on my left, Germany, represented by Bernhard Geiss and Kenneth Neumann. Germany to serve, Bernhard Geiss to Hoki Okamura. Level, play.
Well, that's interesting because the Japanese pair must have chosen to receive. Because I'm pretty certain that
the Germans chose ends.
The Germans chose ends, yeah.
Service over. 1 love.
What do you know about this youngster?
Kenneth Neumann? Well,
Yeah.
not so much, except that he's out of a badminton family. His mom, two-time Olympian, Karen Neumann, and European bronze medalist in mixed doubles back in 1996 with Michael Keck.
I think I remember her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Maiden name Karen Steckmann.
That's
She
it.
was married.
Yeah.
It's not a bad start.
Yes. Get the lift.
Service over. 3, 2. Okay.
Nice block. Mitsuhashi really
4,
turning that
2.
rally around with that block and moving forward.
Service over. 6, 3, 5.
Oh, that's gone wide.
Service over. 6-3.
Give that defense a little bit too much angle towards the sideline there, then Drift is going to take care of the rest.
Seven, 3.
I like the idea
3.
from Geiss.
Yes.
Trying to find an acute angle rather than hit it hard.
Yeah.
Check that, I agree. Play. Can you? Service over. 4-8.
Oh, well taken. My goodness me. Set himself up quite brilliantly there. Geiss, take a look at this. Look how he immediately, after blocking to the net, moved forward. Really hunting the shuttle.
Service
Oh, service
Too
fault
high.
called
Service over.
on Neumann.
9-5.
And I think it's the role that Bjarne Geiss has in this combination. He needs to take control of the front court, play creative shots there. Play by the Japanese.
Good rally.
10-5.
Oh, that's nice defence. Well covered though from Geiss.
6-10.
That looked to me as if it was going to be an excellent shot, but
Yeah,
Geiss
exactly.
somehow got that back.
And I think when Neumann has the attacking opportunity at the backcourt, Geiss can move a little bit back from the net, because we haven't seen these soft defenses from Mitsuhashi and Okamura.
Oh, super smash. Gosh, she's playing well
7-10.
behind the Geiss.
Yes.
Oh, drive serve,
Service over. 11-7.
but alert to it.
Interval.
And it means that the Japanese pair have a 4-point advantage here in the opening game of this second men's doubles.
強いドライブもないだから長くストップもできる簡単にドライブチャンス相手クロス余裕あるのよ光は大丈夫結構黄色は3番だけちょっとラスト1個ストップこのイメージでセービス
11-7. Play.
So 11-7 the advantage to Mitsuhashi and Okamura.
Smash.
Yeah, it was a good smash, but technically I think that Neumann is using a bit too much of a backswing, do you think, at the moment on his defence? Maybe a lack of strength?
It's a lack of strength, I think. Yeah. That's exactly the point that I would direct if I was Japanese. And I was going solely for the win. I would direct all the smashes at the youngster because, all things equal, his forearm strength cannot be equal to his older partner.
No.
And when you feel that you lack a little bit of strength, you tend to want to give it a little bit extra backswing, and it becomes too big a swing. So you just got to work with what you've got, and then go home and practice and get a stronger forearm. And I think we also saw here Park Ju-bong in the, if I'm interpreting his body language correctly, then telling Okamura a little bit about how he wanted him to go about the defense. He didn't want that flat defense cross over the middle that we saw behind the Geiss intercept. He wanted straight flat or long, a bit higher defense, Park Ju-bong, as I interpreted it.
Oh, that was good early judgment to leave that.
30. Yes. Yeah, no, just ask sooner if you are going to change the shuttle, ask sooner.
Yeah, good umpiring.
Service over. 14-9.
That's a super return.
Service over. 10-14.
Court 2, Voelker, Thailand versus Malaysia. Women's single, Watanabe versus Mitsuhashi.
裁判员蒋诗颖，中国。发球裁判员阮凤安，
Service over. 15-10.
Service return.
Service judge.
In around the body.
From Vietnam.
A little tall Neumann.
Do you think he's stopped growing? 193, isn't that the same as Victor Axelsen, 6'4"?
Yeah.
Roughly?
I think Axelsen is 1 centimetre taller. Yeah, it's difficult to say, but I think we've seen recently more tall players make their way through in badminton. I'm talking about Feng Yanjie in the mixed double.
Yeah.
Danes have a men's and mixed doubles player on the team, Jesper Toft. not played yet in this tournament here, but made semi-final in mixed double in Indonesia Masters earlier on this year, double Danish champion. Lee Si-jie, quite tall for a men's singles player as well.
Yeah. Well, wasn't Victor Axelsen told when he was young that he was too tall to be a singles player?
Exactly.
Well, that showed them, hasn't it?
Yeah, and the thing is that if you're not paying attention to your height, then he might have been too tall. I mean, he's done a lot of agility work.
Yeah. Well, that was fairly
agile
work from Geiss. But he hits it wide.
17-12.
I think he picked up his partner's racket.
Yes.
No wonder he made the mistake then.
Yeah, exactly. Could actually mean a lot. Not necessarily playing with the same amount of tension in the strings.
Yeah.
But Axelsen, he took courage from watching American basketball players. They were quite agile, so it should be able to compensate. And when you can do that, then suddenly your reach works to your advantage.
But don't you think it's one of the beauties of our sport, the fact that we have all heights playing? In men's tennis now, basically, if you're not over 6 foot, it's very difficult to really make it. Whereas we've got some shorter players, we've got some taller players. Of course, the taller players have the advantage on the attacking play, but disadvantage getting down low to the defensive. So that's the part of the beauty of our sport.
Yes, and also that there's so many different ways of winning. You can win by stamina, you can win by technical skills, and that's just so nice.
Absolutely. There. Good interception from Neumann.
19.
And with that reach that he has, Neumann, then it's super important for Bjarne Geiss to get steepness on his attack.
The umpires.
He's taking too long between valleys now. He must be quicker.
Yep. Quite clear what the umpire wants.
14-19.
Nobody wants to lift.
No.
And as soon as the shuttle was lifted, it was trouble.
Game point, 14.
6 game point opportunities for Japan.
Service over.
Oh dear.
15-20.
Opening game, 21-15 in favour of Japan.
1-15.
Mitsuhashi and Okamura. Opening game, 21-15 in just about 17 minutes.
Lift to the side on the hinterman, and then we're ready forward post. You're getting good positions here. Yeah? And you're actually getting lifts in this match. So when you get these lifts, this nothing shot you did was like 70% down, even less, and they have to do something with it. And your quick stick, we got good position. We would have won the Randy if you hadn't broken your strings, okay? Yeah. These are the main things for me. And then of course, in the up air, we're reacting a lot. Like, let's get in this active block, and then we're ready to maybe change it on the second run. Okay? But never just like 2, 3, 4 where we're just reacting like we're gonna have a bad time. Okay? Yes. Do you guys have anything? Yeah?
Really good, like right in the midcourt.
Yeah.
So maybe.
I think when we play it and we're just standing in already, I think it's always okay. We just need to get it like not going up.
Yeah. Very good. Just ready with the racket. We do these control pokes down, fældende baller below the net kanter, and then ready. You can come even closer in the gap next to Bjarne at the net. Okay. Just like there is no hint of
Wir sind jetzt auf der langsamen Seite.
Wir sind auf der langsamen Seite.
So you can lift a little more. Okay. Boys, hey, come. You have this. Come. Yeah. Let's go.
Ball 1, 20 seconds. Ball 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Level. Play.
So Japan and Mitsuhashi and Okamura, 1 game to the goods. Now, I'm quite certain the German coach was saying something about just getting little angles, not necessarily hard, but
70%.
That was your interpretation too?
Yeah.
From what you heard?
Yeah, get it below the tape. And they also discussed that when they were standing sort of in the mid-court position, battling for the attack as long as they could get it under the net. They were in a good position. And again, I mean, we're talking a lot about what the Germans should do, and that's because they're still very much the underdogs here, in my opinion.
Yeah. Not just your opinion.
No. Physically stronger, much quicker racket movements from the Japanese pair.
1, 2.
Very automatic. And we're discussing a little bit that they were playing on the side where they're playing up against the drift, and said we can lift a little bit more. Well, I'm not so sure they can that, because the attack is going to bite a little bit extra.
Yeah.
So I would advise against it.
2-0.
They should also realize that the Japanese are having a really tough time lifting.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a battle for the initiative, first 4 shots.
Good serving by Okamura. Yeah.
2.
It's still difficult to lift, isn't it?
It's still difficult to lift.
And B, the danger that you were talking about of inviting the attacking play from the Japanese pair.
Excellent. Super move by Mitsuhashi.
2.
Nice. This is 8 straight points, you know, Steen.
Two.
I would love 2 down.
And this rally here, the Japanese player playing totally past the front court player. Playing it long line, moving forward, getting the initiative. Clever done.
Finally, the run comes to an end.
3-8.
Missed it.
4-8. Service over.
How close Mitsuhashi was to Okamura there for the 4th shot. Closing down the mid-court area. Super play.
Oh, that's gone just long.
5-9.
And that's the 2nd time where Neumann has pushed in the service return, and the Japanese pair have just applied power and it goes long. So there's still very, very fast playing conditions.
Yeah.
Too soft. A couple of, I wouldn't say easy, but a little bit strange errors. That one, it's not a shot it should be errors on, because it's never a winner.
4 of the last 5 points to the Germans.
Maybe they got a little bit too comfortable, Okamura and
I wonder.
Mitsuhashi.
Yeah.
Service over.
Good play by Okamura.
6.
To the mid-game interval with a 5-point advantage. Mitsuhashi and Okamura.
The foot spinning you did, where we're super early and looking gefährlich, so we get it over. I don't know. The most important thing for you is in the mid-court that is not everything soft. Okay, it's you have to poke them away, and then your shots are super good, but they're hooking on them. And then, like right now, I want you to loosen up and let's get some hook-ins in the legs. Okay, just like there is no Hinterfeld. We go forward.
Well,
okay?
warming up on the practice courts. Former world champion and world #1 Kento Momota. Well, the players returned to court. Very interesting that Coach Sogord actually telling his players something that you noticed in this second game. He said, not everything's soft.
Yeah.
You have to vary it.
Yeah, and he spoke about the mid-court area, but I think also the shots from the back court that is supposed to just control the rallies. they've played them, especially Neumann has played them a little bit too soft, and the Japanese are over it immediately.
Yeah.
So that's really well done by them, sort of preventing the Germans from getting settled in the attack. If you feel that your opponent is sort of like not attacking full on the first shot, then you've got to take a step forward and take a chance immediately. There it was again.
8-12.
And Voelker said, just poke it once, twice. You've got to do that to keep your opponents honest, otherwise they can freely move forward.
Out.
Well, there's a challenge
Challenges. Pulled out.
from Geiss. Umpire calling that front service line.
Yeah.
Interesting, the Germans have handed back the shuttle. How convinced were they that it was in? No, it was way short.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. Service over. 13-8. Play.
Nice.
Service over. 9-13.
I thought he was quick on it, Okamura, but apparently not the right quality.
Whoa! 10-13.
Ah, it's a good serve.
They're not looking totally comfortable, Okamura and Mitsuhashi.
No, they're not, are they?
Oh, that's a good shot.
Service over.
He was quick back there, wasn't he?
Movement.
10.
Okamura.
Service over.
Oops.
11-14.
Little clash of rackets in trying to hand the shuttle back there. Very, very good smash from Mitsuhashi. Oh, overdone it. Nice idea.
11.
Oh, my goodness. That's a wonderful smash across the body of Neumann.
And textbook defense by the Japanese. Brilliant.
Kenneth, thank you. Service over. 12-18.
Yeah, I think that shot was the overconfidence that you were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. You didn't see that deceptive backhand return.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Service over. 19.
Mitsuhashi, very alert.
Yeah, another sign that the Japanese are just
quicker
in all aspects of the game, in all honesty.
Service over. 13, 19.
Yeah.
Service over. 20.
Classic doubles rally from the Japanese pair. Attack and set up your partner at the net to finish it off. And 7 match point opportunities for Japan.
Service over. 14, 20.
Oh, that's short. Yeah. And the disguised drop from Okamura. And the victory to Japan. 21-15, 21-14 in a match lasting 35 minutes.
Thank you.
Match won by Japan. 21-15, 21-14.
So all 4 matches so far in this Group B tie, won by 2 games to love. Yeah, celebration there from Okamura and his partner Mitsuhashi. 21-15, 21-14 against Geiss and Neumann. Well, one more match to come in this Group B tie. Kento Momota, the former world #1 and 2-time former world champion, up against Matthias Kicklitz for Germany. Welcome back to Chengdu. That's where we are. That's where we're going to be until next Sunday. 9 days of competition at the state-of-the-art Chengdu High-Tech Sports Center Stadium. And one more match to come in this Group B tie. And it is Kento Momota for Japan against Matthias Kicklitz for Germany. The left-handed Momota has announced that he will retire from international competition after his Thomas Cup campaign. It is in fact his 5th Thomas Cup campaign, and how dearly he would love to be able to help Japan lift a second trophy. 10 years after he helped them to lift their first in Delhi in 2014. Well, lovely reaction from the Chinese fans, showing their respect for one of the all-time greats. Kicklitz also acknowledging the fans, but of course the loud cheers were for Kento Momota. 121 weeks in total as world #1. 2-time gold medalist at the World Championships, 3 medals in total. 40 career finals, winning 33 titles. And had it not been for a horrific car accident in Malaysia back in 2020, who knows? The first meeting between these two players. So Kicklitz has chosen ends. So change of ends before the start of the 2-minute warm-up period. This man's records in team competitions has been simply astonishing. It was only in his 18th match in either Thomas Cup or Sudirman Cup, the World Mixed Team Championships, that he suffered his first loss. 17 straight wins playing singles for his country. A delightful left-hander. A man who dominated world badminton at one stage. 11 titles in 2019 from 12 finals. His list of achievements, quite frankly, I could talk all evening about what he's achieved in the world of badminton. But he's never really been able to recover after that car accident 4 years ago. Well, it was a dominant performance, wasn't it, against Czechia in their first tie. Well, we can tell he's a character. Kicklitz obviously enjoying the behind-the-scenes filming. Just 22 years of age, turned 22 earlier this month, born in Gentofte in Denmark. Steen was telling me that the reason for that, he has a Danish mother. Is that right, Steen?
That's correct, that's correct.
Yeah. And as far as he's concerned, he played extremely well yesterday. Went to 3 games against Wang Suwei of Chinese Taipei, losing 21-17 in the deciding game.
Ready to play.
Kicklitz has won 3 titles in his career. All 3 of them future series events. 2 last year in Iceland and Lithuania. Well, I was dearly hoping that I would get the privilege of commentating on Kento Momota at least one more time during these Thomas Cup finals here in Chengdu.
It's probably the most anticipated third men's singles when the tie has already been decided.
Absolutely, and listen to the fans. Liu Yun, umpire for this one from China, and Victor Wong from Hong Kong, China, in the service judge's chair.
I also noticed that Momota's scoreline in the first round against Kopriva, 9-3, was the same as he beat Anders Antonsen in the World Championship final in 2019. Could that be a sign?
Level play.
Just wide. Steen, it's well documented that Momota has really struggled since that horrific car accident. But when you think back to him in his prime, you know, 2018, 10 finals, winning 7 titles that year. The following year, 2019, 12 finals, 11 titles. What was it that made this man just so special?
He had there was several things, not only one thing, but a fantastic anticipation, super defense, excellent touch at the net, small deceptions on everything.
That's landed in.
I mean, when he was at his best, he sort of demolished his competition. I'm not sure what Shrikant and Axelsen, I mean, they were doing quite well until he came back, and they really had no chance at one point against Momota, and we saw him win tournaments even without smashing too much, where he said that his shoulder was a little bit injured, so he couldn't smash that much. Still, it was impossible to, his stamina was exceptional.
Yeah.
So many things.
We just had a glimpse of a huge bank of photographers beside the court, all trying to get a photograph in case he's not seen on the international courts again.
Oui.
Nice smash from Kicklitz. Bronze medalist was the German at the European Junior Championships in 2020 in Finland. I lost out to Christo Popov, who went on to win the gold medal. Oh, well taken.
Like many of them before him, of world #1s, world champions and so on, he's sort of set a standard for the next players to come. Kento Momota, what you needed to be able to do. I still think one of the greatest accomplishments was helping Japan win that Thomas Cup title 10 years ago.
And what a thrilling final it was. They beat Malaysia 3-2.
They beat Malaysia. I seem to recall that he ran down Du Pengyu as well in the match against China. Is that correct?
I think so, yes.
And that sort of showed the stamina.
Nice defense. Fabulous.
It also shows that we should enjoy and appreciate the big stars when we get to see them play. Now we're lucky that we get to see Momota his last dance tournament here. Oi, that's a tricky shot to try from Kicklitz.
Just one tournament, individual tournament that is, this year for this man, Momota. Lost in the qualifying of the Indonesia Masters 500 event. And he lost to a player who'd been promoted from the reserve list, Wang Yukai from Chinese Taipei. It hasn't been for lack of efforts. His failure to rekindle the form that he experienced and showed prior to his car accident. He's tried and tried and tried.
Yeah.
One of the injuries from the accident, orbital floor fracture of the right eye, had to have a surgery on that. And I suppose if the vision isn't quite the same,
yeah,
it affects the badminton player, surely.
Yeah. I recall back in my coaching days, we once had a session, a test session with a company that was called Train Your Eyes, exemplifying how difficult people are seeing things and the speed they're perceiving things in.
Oh, that's a lovely block. Beautiful. Longest rally so far. Look at that defense. Amazing. But that's a beauty from the German. Good body smash.
10-5.
Oh, that's a super shot. It really is a beauty.
Oh, how could I fall for that one? He thinks.
To the mid-game interval, Kento Momota
11-7
with an 11-7 lead.
play.
So 11-7, the advantage to Japan and Kento Momota. Well left. Momota magic. Take a look at this. Just a little bit of topspin to guide it across court.
And probably the only corner that Kicklitz didn't think was coming in.
Voelker, 8-14.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he touched it.
Yeah. The umpire misinterpreted that from Momota. It was because his opponent touched the shuttle. Yeah. Oh,
this could go totally wrong. Luckily, it's touched the line.
Well, there was clearly a touch from the German's racket. And when the umpire said, sorry, sorry, I thought she had understood that, in fact, it was a fault because Kicklitz had touched the shuttle before it landed.
Yeah, so had he sort of accidentally knocked it out of the court, Momota would have lost the challenge.
Yeah. Apologies from Momota for hitting his opponent. Gosh, that's a good lift from there. It's gone wide. Oh,
good reaction.
Came off the frame, didn't it? Oh, that's a super shot. Oh, wonderful. The Momota of old. Delightful. Well taken.
Yeah, good read. Momota looking up to the giant screen to see if he can watch it on replay. Does he feel he was over the tape? I don't think he was.
I don't think he was. I need to see that again, he says. Missed it. Too flat, along of the back line.
He hasn't made a lot of errors on the lines. I know he's playing up against the drift, but we've seen other players still lift it long. That's where his technical skills are absolutely magnificent. Good shot.
This is really good work from Kicklitz. He's loving every moment. Well, until that final cross-court smash from Kicklitz, Momota had completely and utterly controlled the rally.
And that's why there's some possibilities for Matthias Kicklitz, the backhand side of Kento Momota. So if he can drag him first to his forehand side and then with quality play the backhand side, then there's some opportunities.
Technically, that's just lovely to watch. Game point opportunities. And the little jog after the rally had been won by Momota. I think he's enjoying this experience. Opening game, 21-14. Kento Momota. 21 minutes and the opening game, 21-14. So one game to the good, Kento Momota. And Steen, it's rather fitting in a way that a player of such stature and such achievement over the years is alone on court now. It's all three other courts, they've finished their matches within their ties. All focus is on our #1 court and the former world #1.
Very fitting. I'm sitting here thinking, I get the feeling that Momota is quite aware of the situation, and that makes me think whether he's actually going to
Good rally.
Yeah, really good rally.
Brilliant.
That's just to exemplify. I mentioned in the first game that he's not making a whole lot of errors. He's controlling the drift very, very well.
That is millimetre perfect. When you say that Momota is aware of the situation, are you saying that he's aware that this might be his very last international match? There's no guarantee that he will be selected for the last group match, which is against Chinese Taipei on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the knockout stage, then
he might not even play.
He might not get selected. Even if he's selected, it's got to go to the 5th match of the tie for him to play.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think he's aware of the situation, that he's playing his last tournament. He's aware that the people are cheering at him and so on.
Yeah.
And he's sort of he's not in the zone where the only thing there is the match and the opponent. And that to me leaves a question mark whether the Japanese team are going to select him for the knockout stage. I think they're going to select him to play against Chinese Taipei because he's going to face opposition that is a little bit closer to his own level. And that's where we get to see whether he's actually a better choice for the third. You gotta ask yourself, if it's 2-all, who do I want in the third men's singles, and how do I make sure we get to 2-all at all? Because you have to take care of that also in the first and second men's singles.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure about that. I had a feeling before the tournament that he was actually probably the preferred third men's singles, but I think the match against Chinese Taipei is probably going to decide it.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Well, it's called out, so Momota will challenge. I think it might have clipped the line. What do you think, Steen?
I'm in doubt.
Okay.
I'm in doubt. But there was another sign. I'm not sure we saw it on the screen, but Momota was smiling and putting a hand behind his ear, playing with the audience, which is nice. Oh, it's coming line.
Yeah, I said right at the end of the opening game, he seemed to be enjoying this experience.
Yeah. And he's playing the difficult side now, and he's 7-0 up.
Yeah, 7-love up. Just wide. Well, I certainly don't want to be disrespectful to Kicklitz, but if this is Momota's very last international match,
good play.
I think we have to talk about greatness, Steen.
Yeah.
And whether he goes down, Momota, as one of the all-time greats.
You're talking about Momota. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
He goes down as one of the all-time greats, in my opinion.
Yeah. 11 titles in 1 year.
Exactly.
To win a World Championship final at 21-9, 21-3 against Anders Antonsen. I mean, you're not supposed to win a World Championship final by that sort of scoreline, are you?
No. The thing that's, of course, going to be in the debate is he didn't win that Olympic title, let alone a medal. That's missing for different reasons. Could he have won an Olympic title? I think he could.
Finds the line. Oh, there's no question, but isn't that part of the appeal and the cruelty as well of the Olympic Games? That you only get a chance every 4 years, you know, and
that's why it's so difficult.
That's why it's so difficult. And to be at your peak, and obviously for Momota, it was after the car accident.
Yeah.
So it was always going to be a tall order. Yeah, I think there's a smile after this rally too. Oh. He's definitely enjoying the experience. It's wonderful to see.
There's an argument that goes both ways. You could say that there wasn't really a rivalry. There was no one who could challenge him, where Lin Dan had Lee Chong-wei, Lee Chong-wei had Lin Dan, to push each other. So, but you could also say, well, he was so good that there was no one close to him at his peak. So it's difficult to say, and I can only say that I've enjoyed watching him play so many matches, the touch and the skill.
Another good rally. Missed it. Yeah, but going back to the point you made there, Steen, I mean, yes, some people can say dominance is boring in sport or whatever, but what's interesting to me is that when Roger Federer was dominating Wimbledon, it was never boring to me because it was such a joy to watch.
Exactly.
As soon as he was gone, everybody missed him. When Tiger Woods was dominating the world of golf, it wasn't boring. You could see the creativity of his shots. And we see that in Momota.
Yep.
I've seen it in Momota. And when Tiger Woods was past his best, and I know he's still playing, but everybody misses the Tiger Woods.
Yeah,
we should enjoy.
We should enjoy it more while we have them.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, to the mid-game interval with a 7-point advantage, Kento Momota. So So 11-4, the advantage to Momota. Going back to your points, Steen, that you said, you know, if a match comes to the, or a tie comes to the 5th match, who do you want on your sides? You know, Watanabe, Kobayashi, Watanabe, or Kento Momota playing at 3rd singles possibly. When you look at his career win-loss record in finals, 40 finals, only 7 losses in those 40 finals.
Yeah.
That means that he's able to deal with the pressure.
There's no doubt he's able to deal with the pressure. The question in my mind is he actually good enough? I mean,
yeah.
If he has the game, then there's no doubt in my mind that I would want him as the 3rd men's singles. But who is the 3rd men's singles? It's Rasmus Gemke from Denmark. It's Wang Suwei from Chinese Taipei. We're hopefully going to see a match like that. Is it Wednesday they play there?
Wednesday.
It's Weng Hongyang or Lu Guangzu from China. It's Chico Ardoyo from Indonesia.
Yeah.
Who else have we got? India, Shrikant.
Yeah. It's a difficult one. In one way, I just want to sit back and savour and this moment, because I know that we're not commentating on that last Group B match with Japan and Chinese Taipei.
Oh. Maybe we can squeeze our way in. Of course, the one of the things is he'll also go down in history because of the history around the dramatic history of his career and. I don't think I've seen Momota like that before.
I don't think I've seen him ever so animated and so expressive. What a joy to watch.
Could it perhaps be the last match? That's a possibility, but there's also the fairy tale ending dream. Good shot.
Wow. He's loving it. This is a side of Momota we've never seen before.
We've never seen him let loose like this.
Well, he's giving a masterclass at the moment to Kicklitz. Two points from victory. That's way in. Match point opportunities for the two-time former world champion, Kento Momota. Oh, that was going wide. Brilliant. 21-14, 21-7. A match lasting just a fraction under 40 minutes. Well, I do hope that we see him later on in the tournament. But the way that he has reacted today, I have my doubts. He has been a joy to watch over the years. And he's been an absolute joy to watch here today as well.
So, you know, we want to know what you feel right now, and so what is your anticipation about this year?
So confirmation of the scoreline, 21-14, 21-7. And that completes a clean sweep for Japan in this Group B tie against Germany. Kodai Naraoka, the World Championship silver medalist, got things underway, beating Schaefer in 51 minutes. Then the former world champions Hoki and Kobayashi disposed of the scratch pairing of Seidel and Voelker. Koki Watanabe replaced Nishimoto at number 2 for Japan, beating Fabian Roth in 2 good games. And then the second men's doubles, Mitsuhashi and Okamura, beating another scratch pair from Japan, Geiss and Neumann. And as we've just witnessed, perhaps a last ever match for Kento Momota. Who knows? Let's hope we see him again later on in the tournament. But he disposed of Matthias Kicklitz in 2 straight games. A magnificent second game from supposedly the more difficult end of the court. Well, we're back tomorrow, 2 sessions once again, 9:30 local time. It's Uber Cup, China, the 15-time winners against Asian women's team champions India. Steen and I will be back in the evening session starting at 5 p.m. local time with the Thomas Cup Group A decider, China against Korea. In the meantime, from all of us here, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
精彩的比赛，愿各位保持良好的状态，迎接1号下个金牌。
all technical